Okay, hello everyone. Missed the starting time by a minute, whatever. I, uh, yeah, let's talk about uh, the current status and what I'm going to be working on today. Uh, as said in the description, I've created a bunch of pieces, animations, tunnels, some pieces that you can't really see just yet, but just simply commenting and uncommenting different parts enables and disables these pieces. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to make it actually assemble. It's all done by commenting and uncommenting some basic code. So, like, with the proximity sensor enabled, it will assemble when we get close. So there are all these little pieces, and I'm sure you're pretty familiar with them by now, given how many streams I've spent on them. The trick is to enable them at once, which I have not done on stream yet. So yeah, we're gonna load level 30 and try and put the character in level 30. And other than that, it's just a matter of having all the code uncommented at the same time. Interesting. So, you notice a couple things. Like, first, when you initially arrive, you're just falling forever, and that's because the tunnel hasn't loaded. And then there's the fact that the runner is bigger than normal and clipping through the terrain. So I think let's start with that. The problem is either the hitbox or the model scale, and I think it's the model scale because take a look at the official or the most official image I've made so far. The runner is under a meter from top to bottom, but if we go into Blender and take a closer look at, I don't know, maybe a standing thing, each square is 1 meter, and now that I look at it, it's she's, yeah, the scale is off. So somewhere here I can make a grid. I'd like to show the grid vertically, but I don't know where to do that. Oh, there we are. The grid is still not vertical. Well, maybe that's not an option. Okay, well. So scale-wise, the runner should be the runner should be like I don't know, 60% of this. Oh, that's no good. We need to scale around the origin, which is one of these options here. There it is. And all of the bones are off, so we're going to fix that next. Armature. Question. Okay. So I think that does it. I think that about does it, and it's now just a matter of taking another look and seeing is this the correct scale, because let's get her in the grid. That's not the right scale. So we're going to go back and up, we went back too far. I don't know, somewhere around 75%. That's a lot closer. In fact, that looks about right compared to the reference image. The normal scaling I have used so far is basically spend a lot of time getting it to look right and then never change it. Which is roughly what I'm doing here. I'm going to spend time to make it match. Which it looks like it does. And then once I get it to match, I will avoid ever changing it. And the animations are looking fine. Okay, so we save, we export, and we try it again, and we see if the collision matches up. No, the collision does not match up still. And there are other issues. So let's go look at the collision. The hitbox is... okay, that is too small. 0.25 meters is about half. So we want... I think we want about 0.45. It's closer, but it's still wrong. So let's bump it up a little and hope that's enough. Yeah. I mean, it's closer. So now you can see the other problem is this constant bouncing. And in fact, if we go back to an easier level, like level 1, we'll probably be able to see more of it. Yeah, just this constant bounce. The impact animation happens when you leave the ground for at least a frame, and the jump animation plays, and then you hit the ground with a certain impact speed. So let's... is it in here? Oh, wait. Or is it in here? Or... oh, I'll bet it's in... jump start. Impact threshold, that's the one. Okay, so there's something off about the impact threshold. Okay, well, let's print some data and debug this. So either we're not keeping track of the fall speed properly, or the impact threshold is way too low. Okay, so the answer is we're not keeping track of it. And if we don't keep track of it, it just assumes that the runner was falling fast enough. So somewhere in here we need a previous velocity. I would love for it to autocomplete this. What is this stream about? Taking lots of stuff that I've been doing before and trying to make it all work together. Okay, so maybe this will work better. Kinda, in that it doesn't play the entire falling animation, but there is still the problem of the runner is apparently constantly leaving the ground, which interrupts the run animation. So I guess I need to fix that somehow. And so either I need to... Oh, okay. I bet it's in the collisions. Or the collision resolution. So I could, in here, is 0.1 the correct number? Yeah, we're just going to dump out a whole lot of information about because I think the runner is bouncing into the air when she like clips into the edge of a tunnel of a tile. No, it's a lot more consistent than that. So we're going to try and ignore that and not bounce. Yeah, that's a lot better. When she does hit the edge of a tile, there's a little bit more. It gets up to 0.4, so we're going to ignore anything below 0.5. Yeah. No, that's still getting interrupted. 6. Okay, we're just going to do an extreme workaround and see if the extreme case will help, or if there's even more. Oh man, the extreme case does not help. Oh, that's why. That's why. Wait. Is that right? No, that's the opposite of what I want. Okay, well, that mostly helps. Whoops, I don't know what that was. Oh wait, I do know what that was. That was, huh. Okay, so only a full jump will do the impact animation, and even that may not always be enough. Yeah, I told you it would not be this simple. Okay, first I want to fix that animation just quickly. Over here. Something like that. I'm not sure how exactly to fix this without breaking something else. Doesn't take a whole lot for it to get interrupted, and maybe I should work on it from that angle. That you need to be maybe we'll not worry about adjusting the velocity because it's off by a fraction of a unit. But we do need to so what that code does is says, wait a tenth of a second. It's not much, but wait a tenth of a second before assuming we're in the air. Just a tenth of a second. And since the runner is never actually off the ground for that long, there's no problem here. Except for there. So that's a different problem, I think. Oh man, now the animation is a lot faster for no reason. Oh, and you can see that we're slowing down. That's... and we stopped. Almost. That's because I gave the runner... some forwards movement at first, and then just kind of left her. Oh no, we're picking up speed. Yeah, I'm not currently... oh, and you're about to see the next problem, but, whoosh. Yeah, we don't currently have her running of her own accord, which is another thing to do. But yeah, various other problems. I guess the next one is no rotation of any kind. Yeah, so there's collision stuff. Oh, hi. Hello, come on. I know why she turned around. Well, no, I don't know why she started moving backwards, but she turned to face the camera because she did start moving backwards. I think it was collision. But oops. Okay, we're going back. Yeah, I don't know why she flips upside down. Yeah, so there's... we'll get to that, too. And then... Oh, hey. Look at that. You can walk up the walls a little. Kind of, sometimes. Okay, so I think she's running the animation is faster because she's moving faster, and that was just based on collision wackiness. So yeah. And finally, the other issue that's clearly visible now is that every time I make it to the second level, I fall through the floor. And I think we're gonna do that one first. It's because the second level is a separate region. And we only chest for collisions within the region we're currently in. But if, it's not really sustainable, so... Oh dear, it slowed down. I'm going to try and speed up. So hopefully we should no longer fall through the floor. Because now it is testing for collisions. Yeah, the other one was unsustainable. In any case, that's about as far as we're going to get. Because at least up until gravity shifting starts to work. Oops. Speaking of gravity shifting, that is one of the pieces I made. It's just not currently running on account of we're located within just this. So we need to follow the artificial gravity. So we find the artificial gravity in this section of the tunnel, and we put the runner there. Well, that's very interesting. So yeah, the problem is that it's... Well, the problem is several things. Something to this effect may look familiar to people. Also, the camera... I broke the gravity. The camera needs to be within the same parent in order to successfully follow the runner, at least in theory. And it's not working. I mean, there are other options, but this ought to work. Yeah. If this seems familiar, it's because it's pretty much the same bug. And We're going to try calculating the gravity differently and see if that helps. I think it's negative. Shouldn't be negative, but I think it is. And that's probably also like off by 90 degrees. Ooh, that is promising. Consistently off by that much means that if we rotate by 180 degrees, nope. Huh. I mean, sticking in a consistent spot was promising. But it's not actually consistent. So... I wonder if we should not be taking that into account? I think maybe we should not be taking that into account. Well, now we're consistently upside down. That's kind of progress. Yeah, reality is going to be broken for a little bit now. Okay, but the walls do not behave themselves at all, so maybe it was not negative. Oh, but it keeps bouncing back and forth. Okay, we're all the way back to the starting formula, which was my best guess. Oh, that was promising for like 1.5 seconds there, up until it suddenly wasn't. Okay, so my real concern is throughout all of this, the runner should not be teleporting. So here's one thing to try, is just to sort of rotate it, consistently rotate just a little bit at a time. Well, the runner isn't teleporting, but we're going to try rotating more and see if... Okay, no, the runner is teleporting here. And should not be. So I think that's the first thing to fix, is the runner, like, gravity should change without the runner actually moving. It should just change around the runner. And there was this there is this code where when we apply the change, we calculate scene positions and then restore scene positions. in theory. So let's take a look at well, that's not actually great, because it should not be running that many times. It's only supposed to update gravity when there's actually a change. Oh, man, that's like, what's the difference? I mean, we'll try that. Oh, whoops. Honestly, I don't think this is the problem, but yeah, that certainly helped. Okay, so now that that's happening, we should be able to get the information we need. Why does my code not work here? I mean, I guess I can tell why my code doesn't work here. It's not actually keeping the data. Well, I guess... Maybe that'll help. And we're still teleporting. This feels familiar. Maybe the bug is not where I thought. No, the bug is where I thought. Oh, no, I don't know where the bug is. That's the problem. Okay, I mean, I've confirmed that it's updating stuff, but the runner is still teleporting sideways. And, should not expect that to still be a problem, because I thought I had fixed it. Like, I copied and pasted the code that works in the currently released version of Run 3. How do boxes work with tunnel gravity? I'm not 100% sure which boxes you're talking about. Sorry, can you clarify the question a little? Like, I mean, how does the stuff in Run 3 and Run in the box storage area I don't know. Even then, I can think of a couple possibilities for what you might be asking. So, please clarify. Okay, we're printing out some more information. And in hopes that, like, if we print enough information, we could figure out what's going on. And Okay, so, I mean, that's a good thing in theory. But there's still something wrong with it. For regular tiles, it's whichever line drawn to the tiles is closest to the player. Oh, uh, yeah, talking about that. Uh, I mean, boxes. The collision system under the hood is going to work the exact same for tiles and boxes, and in fact, tiles are just kind of thin rectangular prisms, but they still have that rectangular prism shape. And you could do the same thing if you find the nearest point on a box and you draw a line to it. And if the line is short enough, then the character in question is touching the box. The exact same system works for both. Okay, so I'm looking at these numbers. The x-coordinate got farther from 0. The y-coordinate got closer to 0. So I think that did kind of move you in the correct direction, but... Oh. Of course that's the problem. Yeah, we've got all this code to make the runner not teleport, and then the end result is ignored. Yeah, well, I mean, they're technically rectangular prisms, just very squished until they're almost just a square. They used to actually just be squares. But with the new models, that's changed. Okay, so yeah, the problem is that I'm changing this variable. I'm changing the position so as to appear that the runner, make it look like the runner is not moved, because of how the artificial gravity works. That's a necessary thing to do. Problem is, this is not the real final thing. just some code because I need this extra data. And then I think this should do it. There will probably be compile errors. Yep. This stream is about run 1. We're trying to make run 1 work. Well, that's not it. Smoother? Yeah, that's not actually going to help any. Yes. I still don't know why the camera doesn't line up. Like, it should either line up with this line commented or with it uncommented. One of the two should work, but neither does. I wonder, is it even falling in the correct direction? Actually, no, maybe this does work. Let's do something a little less silly. That's all wrong. Does it really need to be about negative or something? I'm gonna mess with the math for this a bunch more. I mean, that's not it. Well, on the plus side, the runner is not doing so much teleporting, so... like, the camera is getting really janky, but the runner is mostly staying in... Well, no, I'm lying. That's a decent bit of teleporting. On the off chance that that helps. Yeah, so evidently that's wrong. Let's keep trying options. Oh. Okay. Well, that ought to. Yeah, so... I thought I had solved these bugs way back then. And I had not. Or I mean, I have not for this system. Also, yeah. Right. Oh. I can at least fix the camera, hopefully. Yeah. Okay, so this will now keep the runner on screen. But yeah, the moment we hit a wall... Okay, I don't know why you stop in place. There is a little teleporting. Into walls, even. I kind of feel like at least half the teleporting is just on account of being shoved into walls and then being shoved out. Yeah, so it gets stable when it's near 90 degrees, and then it kind of stops being nearly as stable. Oh, hey, it's really stable right now for no reason. Look at this stability. Oh wait, no, I know why it's stable. It's because we left the first section. Anything done outside the first section does not count. Not right now, anyway. Outside the first section, gravity can't change. And by section, I mean level. Outside level 1, gravity is not able to change. I told you there would be problems. Don't act like I didn't warn you 7 hours ago. Yeah, I mean, you can fall through the holes just fine. There's nothing to collide with, as long as you don't touch the edges of the wall on the way out. Just like that, you fall through and then you fall. But you touch even the tiniest amount of tile and things are all messed up. Speaking of which, let's ignore certain. Let's ignore a bunch of weird collisions. Okay, that didn't matter. So it's not the edge cases, literally. Not the literal edge cases, it's the base case. Whatever the opposite of an edge case is. Which is not surprising. I don't know, we're going to try it being negative again. Excuse me, I thought I disabled the edge cases. It's as if only the edges of the tiles affect anything now. Yeah, it's exactly as if only the edges of the tiles. When I tried to disable the edge of the tile. And now that we're in level 2, it doesn't rotate at all. So we can kind of get stuck here. But we can beat the level. Or in theory we could have. Okay, we're gonna try the other thing. Well, never mind. I've just managed to disable all rotation entirely. Which, I mean, seems less glitchy, except for the fact that we need rotation. Interesting. I don't think this is it, and also... Oh, okay. I'm testing the wrong thing. I think this should do it. Oh yeah. Edge cases removed. Just needed to do the right test. Okay, so without the edge cases, we can get back to testing the real stuff, which is most of the walls drop you in the wrong place. Okay, what if we go back to the original formula? This is the formula that in theory works. And it doesn't work here. Also, I want to start in level 2 so that I can, like, tell, as it's teleporting around which side I'm on, like, I have 0 time to react and parse the levels, so... Oh! We need to put the camera there, too. Okay. Glad the camera's caught up. Okay, so whatever this formula is, it keeps dumping us back on the floor. But it is very briefly correct. That's important information. It's briefly correct, and then it dumps us back on the floor. So... my thoughts are... Let's look at the documentation. It's supposed to be at scene coordinates, so... gravity rotates, not the tunnel. Okay, so I just want to get one good clean shot, and I think that'll do. So Well, I have identified the problem. Our formula is fine. In fact, it's great. The problem is that the normal, which was supposed to be in world coordinates, is not. I apparently did not test that well enough. Yes. So what I need to do here is bring it into scene coordinates. Or no, maybe I don't. I just need to update the documentation in... Yeah, I'll just update the documentation, and with better documentation, I can write better code. And with better code, actually I probably don't even need to do that. Not 100% sure which I should be using, but I think that will work. It's just a question of do I have to use it. So I should maybe not be subtracting it, but adding it. Okay, I think we're getting there. Now that I've figured it. Yeah. Oh. Well, okay, new problem. Resetting does not reset the gravity. Yeah, I will figure that out later. Yeah, for now we're just going to go back to playing level 1. So it's not really a smooth transition. There are several things wrong. There's also the part where... Oh. Oh. It doesn't want to do some of... Oh. First, there's the part where you end up outside sometimes. And then there's the part where it likes to just flicker back and forth between these options rather than... Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to, as you transition between walls, sort of step on both of them at once. But it's surprisingly hard to do. Yeah, I will need to fix velocity as well. Oh, right. Well, there are several problems here. But hey, we can be at level 2 for the first time this stream. So, that's progress. Yeah, I think the next problem is that the runner slows down. We'll get back to some of those other things. So among other things, let's add some drag, which allows you to be blown around by wind. And I do believe there is wind here. No. Okay. We're gonna fix that. Also, we're going to... Where is gravity? Should be an artificial gravity, actually. Oh! Gravity is here. Okay, yeah, that code is out of date. So we'll bring that up to date. Yeah, we have a little bit of gravity, and we have a little bit of... Well, okay, before we bring it up to date, let's just see if we can... a little bit of gravity pulling you forwards is actually not going to work very well because there is no cap. Well, it's as if you're falling forwards because it's gravity, and gravity will just keep on pulling you faster and faster if there's nothing to slow you down. And currently there isn't... the air is not working. And why is that? That makes no sense. It should work. This code should account for the actual case. So we're going to figure out why the wind is not there. It is there. Oh wow, that's very old code. You know, I will make use of that code. So we're getting some information that I will attempt to make sense of. Okay, that is not actually... It's probably this big formula that's wrong. That's a very small number. We're going to remove that, and maybe the units are just off. Nope. It ends up being way too much. It's interesting, though. Oh! Right, because the wind is blowing us at 400 meters per second. Yeah, we're doing some unit conversion. Rounds to about 7. It should be blowing at much closer to 7 meters per second, and we'll tweak it from there. So, I think we do need to tweak the animation. But yes, this will allow us to accelerate better. Like, see, we come to the stop, and then we keep moving. That said, the wind should not be the only force responsible for this, but it's definitely a start. Okay. What else? I mean, I guess we'll leave that, because that's all fine. The wind is one of various forces that pull and push you around. And actually, wind is sort of a shorthand for the behavior of all air in the tunnel. So not only does it push you forwards, because it's blowing in the same direction that you're running, but it also, like, if you end up going much faster than the wind, it slows you down because of drag. That just having wind means there's air, and having air means there's drag. And having drag means there's means that eventually you slow down. So, like, if there were to be boost panels, that would be very important. Yeah. Does make the runner's animation faster? Oh! We got so far ahead that level 1 unloaded. And took the runner's appearance with it. But not the collision. We've got collision. Yeah, so I think that is the next step. The reason this happened is the same reason that I cannot change gravity in these levels. Even running into the walls there. Gravity only worked. Past tense, okay, that's... Gravity only worked on level 1. Only works on level 1 when you first start. And the runner unloads when level 1 unloads. Because the runner is currently tied to level 1 in a way that's not worth fully explaining because it's just technical and not all that important. Yeah, I guess I could put it, the game is currently set to believe that the runner is in level 1, and does not actually keep track of her progress. But if we did track the progress better and update which level she's supposed to be in, then she would not unload when level 1 unloaded, and she would be able to mess with gravity in other regions. Well, actually, technically, she does mess with the gravity in other regions. Okay. Not sure how the camera's still working, though, too, because it's tied to that, and I mean, the camera's always invisible, so sure, it's invisible now. But... oh, you are... Yeah, I hovered my mouse over the... this text. Yeah, I write documentation for this stuff. I'm planning ahead. I feel documentation is important. But I also was careful to write documentation knowing that I was going to show the code, so spoiler-free documentation. Yeah, anyway. But it came up earlier that good documentation is important. Bad documentation led to struggling a lot with the code to rotate. The reason I was having so much trouble with the stuff rotating was because the documentation was incorrect. And so I made an incorrect assumption and couldn't figure out why. Yeah, I'm writing it for programmers, and specifically programmers who use the library I've been working on here. And currently, I am the only programmer who uses the library I've been working on here because it's private code. I There's something along the lines of subspecies, sure. Yeah. The word currently. I'm trying to write code that's as general as possible, and also write some code for like that I could reuse if I were to ever make a different game. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Watching these streams, there are spoilers, and I mean, a lot of the decisions I make and the way I structure the code is how things are actually supposed to work. Like I have a class called Artificial Gravity because it's supposed to be artificial gravity and not just the tunnel itself rotating around you. Well, more specifically, I have a class called Artificial Gravity that controls the rotation. And that's because the tunnel is not supposed to rotate, which it actually doesn't behind the scenes. Just you inside the tunnel and the gravity inside the tunnel rotate. Right, but as I was getting at, the word currently is more, well, at least partially a reference to the fact that I might, in theory, if I somehow had more time and wanted to spend it on a brand new game, I'm designing this library so that if I wanted to make a new game for some reason, like a completely different game, I could use this library. In which case I would probably have a character, which would be a character entity, PC or NPC. But speaking of that, I do need to update this description to be accurate. Don't know if I will ever make a game. Well, no, I do know. Ever is a long time. Someday I will make something else. Don't know if I will ever use this library to make a game. I have this big habit of jumping from project to project, but I am designing this library to be as general as possible. And part of that is making exactly 0 assumptions about the limitations of what I'll do with it. And so in the spirit of making exactly 0 assumptions, I have a base class for any character, PC or NPC, and then a separate class for the specific characters that show up in the Run series. That's the thing about the code base following the story is new. I made no attempt to do that for the first couple games. I just barely made an attempt to organize. Well, no, that's not true. I did my best to organize. I was just much worse at it. But not to insult my past self too much. I tried. I've considered getting help, but organizing other people is tricky too. And, like, I'm not against it, I'm just not sure I'm ready. Let's get back and do something here. I think the current goal here is going to be to... Excellent, you jump about the right distance. Not that we're done with physics. Yeah, we need to fix it so that you can... Ideally, I'd fix it so that this doesn't happen, but it's not the top priority yet. We do need to fix it so that you can rotate gravity in, levels that aren't level 1, and so that the runner doesn't disappear up here. I think it was around here, or maybe one level later. Okay, one level later, the runner's gonna disappear because she is still tied to level 1, and level 1 is about to unload. Whoop, there it is. And I'm surprised the gameplay still works just fine here. So yes, the trick is going to be... The trick is going to be setting it up, because, as I discussed, I'm trying to do things correctly this time. So yeah, I guess let's discuss a little more about the code base. First thing I do is I agonize over the name of the thing. Like, my first draft for a name is Progress Monitor. What we're working with here is an entity component system, and that's complicated, so all you need to know for now is that I'm making a component which is going to be something that the runner has. The name of the thing needs to be a noun. So progress monitor is a noun, and it's something you can have. Well, and it needs to kind of describe what it's for or what it does. Like these range from very simple. An example of a component is a position. So this is a very simple component with no documentation. Okay, let's find one with documentation. Velocity has no documentation because it's self-explanatory. Well, anyway, velocity and position are components. The runner has both of those. She also has an animator. She has platforming animations. Okay, here's a more complicated one. The runner has platforming animations, which are a set of animations related to platforming. A stand animation, actually, she does not have that. A walk animation, she also does not have that. She does have a run animation, and a jump animation, and a land animation. So, yeah, she has a set of animations which are stored in the platforming animations component. It's a bit of a mouthful, that name, but roughly describes the thing. And then I do some documentation on it. And then elsewhere there's code to actually run the animations. So anyway, Runner doesn't have a progress monitor, though. Does she have progress? I guess she has progress. Runner has progress. And progress means it's roughly speaking where you are within a tunnel, specifically which level you're in within a tunnel. And it's going to affect your where you respawn, though we're not doing that immediately. Maybe we are. No, it kind of is. Before I write documentation for it, which I will do, the other thing in an entity component system is a system. So we have the runner has progress, and then there exists, sort of out in the void, a progress system. And a progress system will run code at regular intervals and monitor your progress once I add it to the list of things. So yeah. So now this progress system will run on anything with progress. That's a little awkward to say, but naming is hard. I'm probably going to go through like at least 2 more potential names before being satisfied. Ideally, I could name everything with a perfect name that makes it immediately obvious what it is and does. Like that's the goal. That's why I spend so much time on the naming. It's not actually possible to be perfect, to have perfect names. So anyway, we're going to On every update, we're going to look for entities such as the runner, and we're going to check progress. We're going to look for entities with, well, progress. And they also need to have a position. The runner has both of those things. And the runner has a region, as in is within a region. That's a bit awkward. Oh. Oh. That's way better. Okay, so where am I setting a region? Yeah, I knew it sounded wrong. The runner doesn't have a region, as in she doesn't represent an area of space. She has a current region, which represents the area she's currently in. Do I have a favorite character? I don't usually play favorites, no. But, I mean... I've definitely gotten attached to most of the 10 who are currently playable. Okay. Well, forget the progress system for now, because we have much bigger issues to deal with. I just changed one of the runner's components, and one that is vital to all kinds of things, such as collision. Actually, it's not even vital to that. But there is a bunch of other stuff that's definitely going to break now that the runner has a current region instead of a region. Probably not going to be a progress monitor, because, among other things, I've already dropped that name as a name for the thing. Now, I'm going to go through several more iterations of naming. Okay, so gravity does not work because gravity is based on your region. I bet wind is the same. So that should give us back gravity and wind. But I think artificial gravity will still be broken. It's not. Okay, well, not all that much stuff broke, apparently. And I guess you did get a glimpse of how things break with an entity component system. Which, I mean, has been shown before to some extent. It doesn't crash. It just fails to run bits of code. Because systems only run when there's an entity with all the relevant components, such as the region and stuff. I'm trying to explain the magic here, but I won't blame you if you just consider it magic. Yeah. Okay. Done. We're back to looking at progress. Okay, so we need one more bit of information. We need information about a tunnel. So with that change, and actually finishing up the change. Oh. Yeah. Okay, finishing up the change. Now the runner has a tunnel. Which should probably also be renamed to current tunnel. But we won't worry about that quite yet. So within the tunnel, we have what we're going to do is look at the section that we're in, which is essentially a synonym for level, or at least it's very close. Yeah, we're going to look at the section that we were in. And we have a position, we have a local section. Actually, we might not need a progress component. That would help. What are we're just going to print a warning message if that assumption fails. But that assumption will probably be true for now. So what we want to do is we have our current section, and we have a position within the section. And when we go past the end or past the start, we need to update to the next section or the previous section. I do need to go check some documentation, though. Where the section ends in the tunnel's coordinate space. Okay, so if we're past the beginning, I'll deal with that later. If you go outside the entire tunnel, you're out. Whatever. We do need some more information. do want to preserve the same gravity as last time. Yeah. Might change that in the future, but not now. That might do it. So what we've done is just copy a bunch of information. So far it hasn't blown anything up. So now is the question, is the runner now associated with section 2? No. And I know why. Okay. Yeah. Physics, please calm down and stop bugging the rest of chat, okay? You should be able to figure out what the stream is about by this point. It's about fixing bugs. Right, so the reason it didn't work is because the system is not being run because I never added progress. So a character within a tunnel should have progress. And I still need to do. I did say to stop bugging the rest of the chat, so. Yeah, that's a little more like it. We have a Yeah, okay. If the section isn't loaded, we don't run this code yet because it will crash. So yeah, it still has not broken section 1. That's great. Oh! Look at that. We need to adjust the Z coordinate because it's being adjusted. Origin, I guess? That code is not going to hold up in the long run. In fact, I should do something like the... so the camera is going to get messed up. And it crashed. Yay. And my warning message is wrong. Okay, fix that. Oh, ugh. No, that is complicated. I would... It's going to be tricky no matter what I do. Yeah, the camera is not going to behave very well, no matter what. just want to import that. Oh, right. Before it goes all ridiculous, with that change, we should be able to remove that piece of code, and it will be slightly wrong. In that it doesn't rotate. Wow, we're teleporting forwards. I guess we do need to do that. But we're still going to be teleporting forwards, and I'm kind of guessing that we're going to teleport faster and faster. There's something very wrong here. A, keep in mind that that's speculation. B, do try to well, honestly, speculation is not so bad. Just yeah. People have given you a lot of chances, and I can't blame them for getting fed up with you. That said, I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Just going to pretend there's a chance this will turn out well. I'm also pretty sure you've gone over this theory before and it didn't get traction. Are you copy-pasting it? Anyway. I do want to figure this out, so... Tax is not being helpful. No, physics is making stuff up based on the cutscene. I don't know if that line is the source of the problems. But we'll find out. So now, every time we enter a new section, we're gonna teleport a little. Yeah, the jump animation is not completely smooth. Okay, we're going to teleport a lot. So... Yeah, the code is not supposed to do that. Oh, we... Yeah, I mean... So it's upon collision that there's a thing. So let's look at collisions. I mean, I have a guess that it's kind of this. So yeah, this should be a small number, except like maybe upon touching down, but the numbers on the bottom should not be that much. And now they are huge, getting bigger, and that's what I was afraid of. Okay. So... But why is it finding collisions? there's something. Yeah. I don't know, I might have exhausted all the fast things I can solve on stream, but I should give this a try before completely giving up. Okay, I'm not actually sure how. Yeah. At the moment, that's part of the problem is people don't know the code base. And yeah, okay, so multiple things. I recommend Tax. It's a pretty cool language, but keep in mind that there are generally the important thing is to learn how to program. If you know how to program, you can pick up a language. B, if you're looking for a job, you'll usually have better odds with, I don't know, JavaScript, C. There are some new popular ones, relatively new. Ruby is newer, for instance, and I've heard that's a big deal. Oh. Okay, so this line of code is very wrong. And that might be a little better. Yes, it is. So there is still the thing about the camera is not rotating with the runner. Yeah, we don't need to do the teleport back anymore. Okay, so it was... So yeah, if you look at it, it was a single line of code that made the difference. And I guess I won't actually try and explain what the code did, but there are a lot of bugs like that where it takes ages to find and the fix is really simple. Yeah. I mean, if you've got a couple languages under your belt, then yeah, learn, like, just learning any old language is a good next step. It's just learn how to learn languages, because whatever job you find will definitely not be exactly what you're prepared for. You will have to learn on the job. So if you learn how to learn, you'll be a better candidate for the job and all that. So yeah, there are all sorts of things. Okay, I don't need to be staring at this anymore. I do need to test it. That's what I need to do. So I should be able to run from level to level without any immediate issues. Yes. So that's nice and smooth. Next step is to get the camera back. The reason I had to break the camera is because of this switching between sections thing. Switching between levels. Tracking progress. Because you can see now that progress is tracked. I'm respawning in the level that I made it to. And that's great. And there's a frame of weirdness. It's hard to see. And hard to getting used to backwards controls. Okay, it's actually impossible to see. Which is not a terrible sign. It means the runner's model is no longer poking through like at the beginning, except when landing from a jump. That's an animation bug that will need to be fixed. She definitely does, and I've seen it, like, you can kind of visibly see her clip into the ground upon landing. Camera jumps back and forth for just a frame when you switch gravity. That did not happen before. Yep. Yeah, there's a little weirdness when you're on the ground. I guess I'm not convinced that that needs to be a thing. Maybe I will find the part of the code where that's set. The animator? No, is it? Yeah, we'll just keep her upright for now. I was hoping to do the thing where you tip over when you're on an edge, and I will eventually. That's an important part of the animation, I think. But not yet. Okay, so yes, we need to fix the camera. It would be a lot easier to see. Actually, maybe we don't need to fix the camera because of other things. Run 1 did not have the tipping over, but it also did not have 3D models or self-assembling tunnels or all sorts of other goodies that I'm going to bring. Granted, I don't need the tipping over immediately, which is good because I'm not 100% sure how I want to go about it. How do I want to do the camera? I could try using progress system, but it would actually not work. Not well, anyway. Though it is the system that is closest to... but yeah, it doesn't make sense from an aiming standpoint. more questions I missed. I I would consider adding the full version of the song. Like I cut it down and really compressed it, which I think I've since fixed, because uh, I was worried about space. But nowadays people can download much bigger games, no problem. Such as Run 3. No one had any problem downloading Run 3. And several songs. Um, yeah, I might do something with that. Uh, how are you still here? Uh, yeah, I can't answer that. Either because I don't know, or because if I do happen to have mystic powers, I'm keeping them, the details, under wraps for now. Sometimes my quest for a good name just ends up being a mouthful. Aha, there we are. Oh, no, we're not doing that. This entire system is not really... It doesn't... yeah, it doesn't work. Whatever, that documentation kind of works okay. I'm trying to fix the camera. I want it to... I want it to rotate with you. And continue to do that even after you switch sections. So, whoops. So with that, in theory we do. My first coding language. I think I messed around with JavaScript first, but I first seriously learned C. Wow, it worked first try. Look at that. Like, oops. Yeah, up until it didn't work. Does it think it's off screen? I think it thinks it's off screen. Oh wait, no. was about to give up on that, but I think it's just a matter of keeping in mind that yeah, I mean, I've been talking about Runaway without you necessarily knowing it. I guess this may be the time. What is Runaway, and what's up with the with my naming scheme? It's a good question, and one that I have not directly answered yet. Runaway is a code library based on an entity component system. It's the library of code that I have been developing to use for, in theory, all of the Run games, and possibly games further. I have previously stated that it's based on Run and Away 3D, that just those two terms together. Which is true. It's the engine I am developing to run the Run games in Away 3D. And it's the latest in a long series of engines. I did an engine for Run 1, I did an engine for Run 2, I did an engine for Run 3, I updated it, and I'm updating it again. Just all kinds of engines over here. Each one designed to be better than the last, and hopefully this one will hold me through multiple games. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of code in here, and I can't reasonably explain all of it in the duration of just one stream. But in this case, the trigger is the load trigger, which is the tunnel has this component that determines which levels are loaded. So when the trigger keeps an eye on the camera, and so when the camera moves, the trigger indicates load this next level, when the camera moves close enough to see it. Yeah. So overall, it was... you don't like that camera since when you flip, you can't see what position you'll be at when flipping? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, soft locking is a problem, but... and it's probably the next thing to solve. But you should be able to see where you're going to end up after flipping, because it works pretty much the same as other games. How have I been pronouncing it? Component? Yeah, I might have used both pronunciations. They're the same word. So I do need to fix the resetting. So I guess let's take a look at another system, the reset system. And I guess we'll also look at this ability to reset. That's not it. We're going to look at I think we need to... So I left this partially unimplemented. Resetting currently only resets the runner. I was fine at first. Now that gravity is involved, we need to reset gravity. So... right, getting back to chat. Yes, it is instant, and I do want to fix that. You can see, sort of, but there is also... there is an issue of just the camera jumping and it being tough to follow. But you do end up where you previously were. So anyway, let's see. If you are just going to reset yourself, we do this. Self region all. We're not going to do that one. We might program it differently, actually. No, we won't. So we're going to try to reset everything in an entire region. We're going to do it differently, actually. So it is important that we dispatch an event and potentially have a countdown. Countdown might matter. And also potentially I forget what I was going to say next. Potentially get canceled. Events can be canceled, in which case they shouldn't happen. I'm sure I could have programmed this and had it done already, but I want to program it right so that it's flexible and can change later, because I'm going to need to change it later. So yeah, when you press the reset button, we make an event, and we add the event, and we either delay or immediately process the event by removing it. Starts the reset process, or just leaving it starts a countdown and eventually gets to the reset final thing. And if it's not canceled, then we figure out I am missing some code. Oh, no, I'm not. Try just to, in that case, we just try and reset the entity as it is. So all of that work should have made no visible change. We still reset the level without resetting gravity. Which is fine for now. All that work was for a code structure. A code structure which will then allow me to reset an entire region. So let's finish adding that. So first, when we want to reset a region, we need to find a region, which is what that's for. And then, assuming we have found a region, extract a little bit of code. And if we can't find a region, we'll just reset the one entity because we assume it's in the correct region. We assume it's in the same region as itself. But usually we'll find a region, and we want to look through every entity in that region. Specifically, every entity that can be reset. And an entity can be reset if it has an initial state. So, declaring a view, thanks to macro magic, will give us an entire list of every entity out there that has a current region and an initial state, which are the two things we need here. So first we make sure we're only resetting entities in this region. Update the name to reduce confusion. Actually, we're gonna update it further. And I shouldn't be compiling now because we're not done here. We need to tell the game that we want to reset a region. Okay. So with that, we will attempt to yeah, it's not working, and that's because the artificial gravity, despite being in the region, is not in the region in the way that counts. So we're going to add it. Um, What am I trying to do now? I want the artificial gravity to reset when you reset the level. And that's a little tricky. Yeah. The camera and the direction you fall, because the real problem is if you don't reset the direction you fall, on some levels, there's nowhere to land. Okay. Yeah, there is a simple solution. I mean, I guess that's fine. Yeah, basically. So I think that will do it. Well, once I fix the compile errors. Look at that. I will need to document it, but I'll do that off stream. Okay, so resetting here would normally just dump you with very little hope of getting back. Okay, so next thing is going to be pretty quick, actually. We're going to set a custom starting point. Like in run 1. Flipping does not reset you. Resetting flips you. Yeah. We're... and yeah, what I just changed is using the starting point for run 1. Huh. This gravity had a slight rotation. Initially. Don't know what's up with that. In fact, multiple of them have that. Oh. So there is still... Well, yeah, I guess I knew that. There is still some chance that you will teleport somewhere. Yes, the characters were always sprites before this. Man, that landing animation is really inconsistent. And also a little bit slow. Oh, I wonder if it's inconsistent for the same reason the run animation used to get interrupted. And now running doesn't get interrupted, but landing does. No, that's not right. Okay. Well, looking at the landing animation, let's make it more likely to play the impact animation, landing animation. No, the issue is something else. It's where or how you land. Yeah, landing on the seams. No, it sometimes does play the animation. Yeah, that's annoyingly inconsistent. It'd be nice if it would just do it. But I think it's the seams. More or less. So I do kind of need to speed up the animation. In fact, I kind of need to speed up all of these animations. I'm not actually sure that will be used. Yeah, no. Landing animation is nice when it works. Oh right, I changed the wrong thing. I want to slow down the run animation and speed up the landing animation. I'm not sure what's much better because the animation is still as glitchy as it used to be. I just tweaked the playback speed of the run animation a tiny bit. Honestly, maybe not enough. Might need a new animation. Maybe I would call this the walk animation and have a separate animation for actually running. Whoops. That was a problem with the seam. Yeah, the seam being where two tiles meet. And you can't really see them, but there's collision happening there, and it's a problem. Yeah, I might end up calling this the walk animation, having actually seen it in game. And you can just turn all the way around. Whoop. Neat as that is, it's not ideal. Why the sudden jump in quality between Run 2 and Run 3? It's because the first two games, Run 2, were sort of free time while I was at school. Run 3, I started and finished after graduating college, and I was working, I worked on them as my full-time job for pretty much since. Why did I focus on Run 3 rather than make Run 3 kind of good, like a linear progression from beyond Run and Run 2? But I could have stopped way sooner. Made a Run 4, made a Run 5, just on smaller games. I don't know. Well, I kind of do know. When I got to the point where I was working on a story for Run 3, I started on a story that was going to take a long time to finish. And I wanted to finish the story, and I still want to finish the story. So that kind of ended up turning it into just a big project. Because I decided I wanted it to be. Yeah, so we do need automatic resetting. The jump distance is not quite long enough. Oh, yeah, some levels, depending on how you beat them, you can't get to the next level. And the gravity is very slightly off. I wonder if it's off by pi over 2 degrees. That'll be interesting. Or is it off by that? That might have been it. It was meant to round to 0. So yeah, you basically don't get to see the animation of the tunnel building itself, because you're not fast enough. You need to pick up a lot more speed than this to catch up. There might be workarounds, though. In fact, there are workarounds, but I'm not going to do them right now. Okay, I think I did find the thing that was making them start with a very tiny amount of rotation. You do need to pick up speed a lot faster than that. Yeah. Currently, the physics are more like run 3 than run 1. And apparently there are glitches where you can see it coming apart for a split second, even though that shouldn't happen. Weird. You can also see it partially apart for a frame after resetting, but only on a very long level, I think. Maybe at the end of this level. Yeah, for one frame, you can see a bunch of tiles off in space. I mean, it kind of is an HD version, though the exact definition, like with resolution, is not the main difference, but HD also implies new graphics, which this has. But no, I'm going to call it, well, I'm either just going to call it run, or I'm going to call it run HTML5. Or something along those lines. Or run 1 HTML5. Various things to potentially fix, but let's not worry about that right now. Let's look. Here is the game in my browser. Which is part of the point of Flash and not Flash, hacks and OpenFL and Away3D. I can just choose another option from a drop-down and have it just work. Except for the bugs that were already there. But yeah, it's now HTML5. People have mentioned Steam before. I've considered it. Partially it seems a bit of a hassle, and well, I mean, I could do it. It's just incomplete at the moment and gets very infrequent updates, and I don't know how Steam gamers tend to react to that sort of thing. But yeah, nice performance. Much better than previously, where it was taking up an entire CPU core and then some. Gameplay mostly works, except for occasional random teleportation. Like so. The fancy animations aren't currently showing up, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I would look mostly at Run 3 as the one to release on Steam. I mean, I am considering releasing this or well, pretty much this as like an alpha version. It's not even in beta yet. But people have been clamoring for something new to play, so this is technically playable. So I'll consider it. Yeah, I mean, menus and UI will have to wait. You're talking about nostalgia, but to what extent does the graphical, like, the graphics, as much as I based this on the old version, the graphics are obviously different. How much is that gonna get in the way of the whole nostalgia thing? Yeah, you're not wrong that it's jarring how instantly it transitions. you know if okay, I broke it. We're going back to the other version. So if the camera does not instantly follow you, then maybe... Oh, but it instantly rotates. Yeah, it needs to not instantly rotate. And also, that nonsense at the beginning of a level. Yeah, I don't think this is the answer. I mean, it's interesting. There's some promise here. It's just... like, especially resetting like that is kind of neat. But it doesn't solve the real problem of doesn't solve the real problem of rotating too quickly. I still don't know why you're teleporting. Technically, there isn't a respawn delay. You are moving while the camera is scrolling back to you, which is probably worse. Not that you get into much trouble in this game immediately after respawning. But yeah, it would be possible to be waiting for several seconds while the camera was scrolling back to you and actually fall off during that time. Why does the camera jump ahead and then scroll back? That's part of... part of how the section transitions work is well, is complicated. But that is kind of what's happening under the hood. By which I mean when you switch to the new level, it sort of resets what counts as 0, like where the origin is, and it it updates the runner's position so that she doesn't jump ahead. She used to jump ahead, and that's part of how you just teleported ahead super quickly. The camera, on the other hand, follows the runner but does not get instantly teleported back, so it has to come back the slow way. But yeah, because under the hood there is something that's sort of akin to teleporting ahead. And it is fixed for the runner, but it is not fixed. It is not accounted for the camera, which did not used to be a problem when the camera would instantly jump into position. It was just locked to the runner. But when it sort of follows a little bit behind, then it matters that the whole jumping ahead thing. Idea. Does level 50 work? I don't actually know if level 50 works. That may not be the right way to have coded that. Actually, no, it's definitely the wrong way to have coded that. But it doesn't matter now. Okay, I think that's fine. The key is... Actually, maybe it's fine. Let's give it a shot. I mean, it was worth a shot. But it's not what I was hoping for. Especially the part where the runner ends up moving. I don't know why she gets stuck. She's not supposed to get stuck. Yeah, I think this is not the right answer. I need to find a visual solution. Yeah, we're going back to how it was. How long have I been... Oh! We're now over the threshold where YouTube will not... I don't know if it'll save all of the... Like, it's not going to save all the stream. I feel like this is an important stream to save. Yeah, I'm gonna need to think about how to exactly to fix this. I think I have a lead, but the stream, as I said, has gone on long enough. I don't want to delete too much of the archive, so I think I will say see you later in part 2. And good night. Yeah, good progress today. And thanks for checking out the stream.